Damn it! Hi, stream. My back is killing me. We're gonna see how much focusing gets done today's stream. I was looking for something. My headphones. Where did my headphones end up? Oh fuck me! Why am I so down? Well, I mean, I didn't get enough. I didn't get as much sleep as I was hoping. But, like, I am completely gassed right now. Where'd you go, boy? Where'd you go, boy? Boop, 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 boop. The one that was modified on 4.6 is the right one. God damn. Oh. The asthma is kicking my butt. I'm going to give it... I took my inhaler about 30 minutes ago, so I'm going to give it a little bit of time to kick in before I pop my emergency healer. But... Nope. I'm going to pop my rescue inhaler. Cat butt. I'm going dancing. Going to Contra later today, but I feel like shit. At least some of this is I haven't worked out in 2 weeks, and my body is kicking my ass over it. I'm gonna take a second stream. Be right back. I'm gonna stretch for a minute. I returned to stream. I have stretched a little bit. It did not fix anything, but Cat and Zelda t-shirt today. I'm a fake Zelda fan, but it was the thing that was on top of my pile. How you doing, River? Yeah, I feel that. I don't know how much writing is actually going to get done today. I'm pushing myself pretty hard this weekend. Oh. Alright, we're going to see how much writing I can get done, because I'm a little messed up. I've been going this week in a way that I haven't taken time to recover from. Cat, you're up. You get to do writing time. You think you got a story in you? Oh, your tail's telling me something or other. You got all that twitchy, stretchy tail. You cannot see his adorableness. That is the issue with a black cat. Ew. I mean, you can see his adorable, but you can't see when he's being adorable like that. Oh my god. Honestly, instead of the writing stream, I probably need to spend the next 2 hours just stretching. Because I don't know if I'm going to get much more than that done. Ugh, today. Damn. Like, my shoulders and my neck are messed up. Like, it's my entire... I feel it across everything. Fuck! Stream may not be tenable due to injury. Which is obnoxious. Like, nothing hurts, right? But yesterday I was at a convention all day, walking around doing Roman stuff, carrying a shield and things like that. Friday was my recovery day. Thursday I did board games and stuff till like, you know, late, and then pub afterward till like 1 in the morning. Wednesday I went to a metal concert, which was a blast, but Tuesday and Monday were chiller, but This is also what I get for not going to the gym for like 3 weeks again. It adds up so quickly. Might have been closer to a month now, actually. Oh, I think my shoulders are feeling it from carrying a shield and sword around for a chunk of the day, which is fair play. I'm annoyed. I want to write. I'm at the fun part of the story. Like, we did all this work on the Verge crossing last 2 weeks ago, and we get to go to the we get to go to the prison. We're gonna try for a few minutes, for a little bit, and then if I have to, I'm gonna give up. Ooh. Oh, Austin Wintory did the Monaco 2 soundtrack? Oh, that's cool. Alright. I know I decided that the verges that are stabilized look like a plaza. Did I decide on obelisks? Wow. I know I took my Adderall late. And I know this tea has caffeine in it. But I am vibrating. It's a bummer because I like this tea. Alright, everything else the Imperium builds is a... Well, not every... Okay. Hold on. I might have an answer for myself. Everything the Imperium builds is naturalistically shaped, which makes things like picture frames impractical. Oh, I need to go look at Second Age architecture. Second Age architecture. I think I pushed the architecture. I don't think I pushed it all the way back to the Second Age, but I think I did push it back a fair ways. I only got back to the 5th age. Damn it. Um... So the 5th age, everything is rigid and heavily defined. My headphones are falling apart. That's unpleasant. Well, that is useful, Amazon, actually, that I did not mean to click that place. I needed to look at my order. Because I need to figure out Quiet Comfort. Which ones are the ones that I actually ordered? The Quiet Comfort 35s. Do I have spare ear plug muffy thingies? Okay, so in the Fifth Age, they used. I guess there's nothing that says the shape of the crossovers needs to be the shape of the crossovers needs to be whatchamacallit, set in stone, right? It could shift with the ages. I do think this is a good opportunity to have some stuff that is like deeply unnatural or deeply different than everything else we've nominally seen, right? So in the Fifth Age, everything was gilt and pillars of stone matched with exotic woods. Like, it was the height of imperial decadence. Um, Everything had a kind of rigid order to it. The Sixth Age things had less of a rigid order. So if we're talking about one of the oldest crossovers and the technology that was developed very early in the history, like before a shift to ovoid and curved architecture really kicked off, because you're not going to start building ovoid architecture. That is a architectural trend that's going to set in. It's not a trend, that's not a trend that's going to that's not a trend that's like innate to a species. I think the incorporation of natural elements is going to be a big thing, since many of them live many thousands of years, right? um I don't really feel a need to go further back into the architectural history of the empire. Like, the Fifth Age is far enough back that it predates any of the semblances of modern architecture that we're gonna run into, even for Artaven, and Sylviana. So I don't feel a need to develop it, all the way back to Second Age developments. So it's really a question of what is the coolest thing to have, um, to like it's a giant plaza that's absolutely going to have a fence or like a stone wall or something around the outer edges of its boundary. Um, it's got a road that runs through the middle of the plaza. I mean, again, the Piazza del Popolo is not terribly far off from what I'm thinking, right? So like wagon trains come in, wagon trains go out, travelers come in, travelers go out. There's space for other travelers. Do we put an obelisk in the like? Do I put it? Do I ring it with obelisks, arches? What do I feel? What do we feel like would be the coolest thing? I'm thinking maybe those like um we have a couple. Oh, hold on. Couple up. Like I could use, a henge of some description. There's gonna be some AI shit in here, unfortunately. But what I'm thinking of is the, uh, like broken. Maybe it's a broken. But I'm thinking maybe something like this, right, where you've got like not actually like a Stargate, but like the curved stone structures that like loom over it like teeth, right? I really don't like what the caffeine just did to me. Ooh. Hey, Nucci, how's it going? I hate having a very specific mental image and then not being able to find the reference image, knowing that it's a real image. Like it's an image I have seen before. Oh, I'm jealous. I am killing myself this weekend. Probably need to actually force myself to slow down. It's kind of has to be a henge, doesn't it? Or something that looked like a henge at some point. So what I'm trying to do is I've got these portals that are naturally occurring. Um, and because they're naturally occurring portals, eventually you get the magical ability to like stabilize them and expand them. And I'm trying to figure out what that looks like. If it's just a bunch of, I know it's a plaza, but I'm wondering if it's like a bunch of obelisks around a plaza. If it's like curved, like these like structures of like enchanted stone that are like curved over it. If it's just a Stonehenge or like a stone circle. And there's just so many possibilities. But like at the end of the day, I wanted to look. I ended up doing a bunch of reference because this was a very convenient reference. But I kind of wanted to look like the Piazza del Popolo, like something like this, where but you imagine more of like traffic coming, traffic, wagon trains, people coming in, and people in traffic and wagon trains going out as they like cross through the circle, right? Um, and like everything within this circle, this radius is or diameter is uh the circle de the Piazza de Popolo was super effective for this stuff. This was fucking amazing to have like an obelisk in the middle of this piazza that I could use as a center point. But like everything in this circle disappears and reappears on the other side. With some amount of exceptions and things. Ow, ow, my foot just fell asleep. Ow, oh, stretch. I probably shouldn't go to dance today, given how much I've kicked my own ass. Okay. I should not dance. Dancing is the wrong thing to do today. I There's too many cool options. But I have to know because that's where we're going next in the story. Good. You should be helping your friends and everything. I mean, I've done the opposite. I've been too selfish. I still owe you a shitload of work. Um, aha. I'm pretty sure this is AI bullshit, but motherfucker, where's the one I clicked on one? This. Kind of stones that give that impression. Or more straight obelisks. It's not going to be a Stargate. Yeah. I mean, and then here's the real henges, right? All over the place. This is an AI bullshit image, but I'm gonna save it for. What if their obelisks are all hexagons? Or triangles? The base number is 9. Sacred numerology for them is 3s. Is the triangular obelisk not a particularly strong structure? Because I'd believe that. I mean, yeah, that's fair. I guess that's technically a triangular obelisk, but it's not quite what I'm looking for, eh? That's not a well, and it'd be, there's geometry words for that. Time for a D10. Really, it's a D3. We'll use a D6. And so on a 1 or 2, we get a triangle. On a 3 or 4, we get a hexagonal, and on a 5 or 6, we're gonna get a nonagonal obelisk structure. I got a 4, so it's a hexagonal. It's a hexagonal obelisk. Which is not technically an obelisk anymore. What's the definition of an obelisk? But has the advantage. I mean, this isn't natural, these are cut stone. But it has the advantage of being this, right? River, you have a science brain. Do crystals naturally appear as obelisks? Or not as hexagons? Or I mean, I know this is cut, but haha. Okay, cool. So that actually plays a powerful advantage. I can work with that pretty well. Enchantment. So if I've got 6-sided obelisks, their base number is 9. Do we get 3 obelisks? Do we get 6 obelisks? Because 3 obelisks, each with 6 sides, kind of in my head makes sense to add up to 9, but also 3 is not terribly impressive. So do we do 6? Do we do 9? There's a lot of 9s in the world. Like, a lot of things are designed with 9. Because it's their base number. But also, I guess a lot of things in our world are designed with 10, aren't they? So, that's actually good. Enchantment. Obelisks are hexagonal. Tourmaline crystals. Tourmaline. I'm just going to type tourmaline stone for a second. Alright, we're going to type tourmaline crystal now. And then I'm going to spell crystal wrong. We don't do enough. I don't do it. Given that all of Draker power comes from crystals, there's not enough crystals in the world, is there? Like, we don't see so much of the Draker magic, because it's like the sci-fi side of things, is hidden from us. of their magical contraptionery, basically, is hidden from us. Alright, what are the properties of Tourmaline? Alright, do we curve the crystal? Or the obelisk? The crystalline obelisk. Which makes it unnatural, which is fine. If I curve it, I need 9 or more of these around the edges. If I don't curve it, I think I can get away with 6. And I like the idea of all of the portal stuff not being 9 based. Like, they're like, I mean, 9 is our base, but like, and this is technically a multiple of 3, but we are, you know, like, they're like, well, I mean, we're stuck at this. Which could leave room for a lively debate about if they could figure out the solution to 9, you know, if they could figure out how to bring the magically significant 9 into things, maybe they could create their own, or do something more with them. But pointing off at the end. All right. Six obelisks, ring, a stabilized portal. This number does not change. Only the nature of the enchantments on the obelisks will change. And size of the obelisks. So what are the physical properties of Tourmaline? I imagine they're not particularly strong. Oh, relatively hard. Well, it's a durable gemstone, huh? Okay. Gemstone is a stretch for this, but you know. Alright, it's below emeralds, but above opal and tanzanite and moonstone. Alright. That's pretty. I'm honestly just tempted to make them tourmaline obelisks. You know, it's a tourmaline obelisk, but with magic in it, so it's gonna resist weather and stuff. But that would make tourmaline the third magical crystal in this world. And technically the first one used. Tourmaline's a real crystal. The other two are not real crystals. Because the airships and stuff that are developed during Sylviana's childhood and are used by the Halinwa use a lift crystal structure. And then they... Yeah, that's fair. Okay, I think tourmaline... Yeah, well, because we got power crystals, which are the thing that are used to power all of the Magitech, and you know that includes like into the fantasy era when like they have automatons, they have AI, they have those things. Like they have power crystals, and so they, you know, somewhere in experimentation they develop these. So cool. We'll get back to that in a second. Enchantment obelisks, which will need a better name, but you know. Enchantment obelisks are hexagonal but pointed off at the end. Appearances are very similar to a worked tourmaline crystal. I love that I spelled tourmaline right and I spelled crystal wrong. Are very... Color range is just as vast as tourmaline. And color is important to for attunement. Six obelisks are needed to ring a verge. stabilization. Only the nature of the enchantments on the obelisks or their physical size will change. I'm actually going to move this here because this is actually like ubiquitous information. So, 6 obelisks are needed to Ring of Verge to create the stabilization. Effects. The obelisks sit. The obelisks. Need to sit. If I move the obelisks, I don't want them like literally around the edges of the portal. So do I make them sit 3 times as far as the radius of the portal? Of the verge. I know I'm using 6s for a lot of other things. But 6 times is really far. Even 3 times is really far, given we're talking about 162 feet, you know, a circle that's 162 feet in diameter. Maybe I'll just double it. Or a third again? Can always go into the fractions. So if it's 81 feet in diameter, they need to sit 27 feet further back. Yeah, we'll do a third again. 1/3 the radius of the verge away from the verge. So at 81 feet, they sit 27 feet further back. Okay, that feels good. That feels... It means that like when you scale up really large, right, at 243 feet, you're putting the obelisks 81 feet away. And so really the scale of the piazza is huge, which might mean a lot of the verges on the farthest edges, or in places where there's been a lot of buildup around like the second quality verge, right? Where there's a lot of buildup around this, the second quality verge, they maybe never get to move to the third tier of verge. Or if they, you know, it takes a lot long, like it slows down that growth, which is cool. This number does not change throughout history. Only the nature of the enchantments and their physical size will change. Obelisks need to stand 1/3 the radius of the verge, or 1/6 the radius of the verge. Cool, cool. We're gonna So, if we're talking about a hexagonal crystalline structure that is 13.5 feet tall, proportionally, how wide is it going to be? Quartz does not grow in a standard ratio. Okay, how... So this, we can, if I'm going for this appearance, there's a lot of bullshit in here, but I'm going for this appearance. So it's 2.5 inches tall, which makes it 0.75 by 0.75. So if it was, if we assume 3 inches tall, and that makes it 1 inch by 1 inch. So that argues a 3 foot one is 1 foot by 1 foot. I don't know what this ratio is. don't care about any of this woo-woo crap. I'm trying to figure out what these dimensions... Well, I guess it's at the base, right? At base. So that is a 3-to-1 by base measurements, right? Right? And it's tapered. Okay, so it's... Okay. Base of obelisk is 3-to-1 ratio, tapering slightly to the top at 13.5 feet tall. That means the base is 4.5 feet. Yeah, that feels right. I hate how much... Like, this is world building I've ignored because it's not mattered. And so it's coming to bite me in the ass now, right? Size will change. But... are made of Verge plazas are cobbled, right? That's gotta be... Are cobbled. Circles. General convention. The first development. General convention after the first development. Verge circles, or verge plazas, are made of two-tone colored cobblestones. The inner color matches the inner color. Do you think they... Yeah, the inner color is matched to the color of the enchantment obelisk. colored cobblestone rings. These colors match where possible. No magical reason, just aesthetics. I spelled aesthetics wrong, but outer color. This is the actual area of effect of the verge. The shift range. I use shift range. It's something I started doing a long time ago. I do armor and color with a U because they look better in my head. I don't use other Britishisms. I'm going to have to edit it out at some point. But in my head, it's just something that feels better. Mark. How do you spell demarcate? Demarcate. The shift range. Outer color is matched to town aesthetic. Yeah, I spelled aesthetic right that time. Outer edge of the outer ring has the enchantment obelisks, and generally there is a low stone wall. Generally there's a low stone wall just in front of the obelisks, except for two openings that function as the incoming and outgoing traffic lanes. All right, cool. Can you paint with all the colors of tourmaline? Because, according to the internet, I admit I did not put a ton of work into this, but these are all the basic colors of tourmaline. all the possible colors of tourmaline. The rarest color being these like bright greens and blues. The most common being black, right? Color is black. That's fair. I don't... Okay, so... Well, and again, these are magical things, so I might... Enchantment, Obelisk colors. So these are the tourmaline colors. We're gonna do... From here, I'm gonna pick... definitely bicolor. And black, and brown, and gray, and green, a pale green, and we'll do the yellow green, multicolor. What are you feeling? The pale pink or the hot pink? Pale pink, yellow. If it can be brown and pale and yellow green, it can be yellow. Red, white. Oh, and blue. Do we do both blues? Light blue and dark blue? Alright, I should organize these in a way that makes sense. We could do that. I could do that. That's fun. So we'll do pale blue, gray, pale green, yellow green, pale pink, yellow white. No, I might have it on my shelf back there, actually. Pale brown. Alright, now... Tourmaline, Enchanted Obelisk colors. So those are the tourmaline colors. The crystal used for enchantment obelisks is similar, but not the same to tourmaline. Below are the colors it can appear in. commonality? So the most common color for it is black. And then we can make whatever the color, and then I like the idea of it, the second most common color being bicolor. Multicolor will be a little rarer. Yes, but the Abyssal Knot comes after the obelisks. But I did make it out of pink stone, didn't I? So yes, it will need to be the pale pink. Yes and no. The verge that exists is older than the knot. The verge that exists is theoretically as old as creation. The technology to stabilize the verge and turn it into a plaza that can be traveled by wagons and stuff like that is older than the knot. It's what formed the original empire to some extent. The obelisks themselves are not that old. They cannot afford to be that old. They have been replaced periodically throughout history. The plaza has also grown 3 times significantly. Literally tripling in its amount of real estate it takes up. So at the oldest, the obelisks are a post-Civil War construction. Like Sylviana's age at the oldest possible they could be. But the plaza and everything has existed for much longer than that. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, look at that. No! I got it. We're good. Alright, now I've got 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Poor Brown is just not catching a break here. I'm rolling dice to determine rarity. Okay. So this is the official rarity structure. How Do you think multicolor would be tricolor at most, or could it go up to quad color? Roll low high for tri, or actually multicolor. Multicolor is going to be annoying. My idea for multicolor is that it is. Maybe I don't do multicolor. Maybe I do flecked. So you get your bicolor, or you get flecked, which means that it could be like two primary colors, and then have other colors mixed, like flecks of other colors. One d10 for colors. If flecked rolled, roll for primary colors and roll 1d4 for... Do you think it would just be one type of flecked, or do you think it could be multiple type of flecks? D2 for... Roll for primary colors again, and one additional for flecked. Actually, I'm just going to put... reroll for main color and roll 1d10 for main color and a d10 for secondary color. Can't be, or a d8 actually. It was 11, yeah, and a d8 for secondary color. Can't be itself. Can't be primary, flecked, or bicolor. If flecked rolled, roll for primary colors again, and one additional for flecked. So gray is the rarest color. And for the sake of making it a D12, black gets 2 numbers on the D12. I mean, this isn't really a scale that indicates commonality, annoyingly. I hate when I have to do that. Like, there's a statistical change I need to make in here. Like, this actually needs to have some statistics. That's annoying. I have a math friend. I have fucked up and have to do math again. And that makes me mad. But unfortunately, I think we are going to do math again, stream. So black is 53% is black. Which leaves me 47% of this crystal to account for 10 additional colors. So 47 accounts for the other 10. Actually, we're going to back this down to 43%. This leaves me with 57% to account for the 10 other styles. Bicolor is the second most likely. This sucks. Uh, 25% is bicolor. Leaves me at 27? No, 32%. Pale pink is going to sit at 9%. I need a calculator. Not because I can't do this math, but because it just keeps track of things for me. Is that math adding up? 43 plus 25 plus 9. Yeah, okay. I might have to wiggle 10% free continuously. Oops. You know, if anybody told me I would end up doing this much math when my writing, I would have been upset. And I know it's my fault. Actually, we'll do that. Ah, 33 minus 9. Man, my keys are like dusty or off color in a way. Oh, it's the light. Okay. Flect is gonna be it. I'm literally just throwing. We're gonna have to flect. Which puts this at 17, I believe. Haha, my brain is working. Alright, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 colors left and 17% left. I almost feel like pale blue and yellow green need to be flipped. Oh, did I miss? I skipped. Oops, I skipped yellow green. Shit. Well, yellow green is going to get 7%. Puts this at 17%. I could give Flect 5%, or like 6.5%, which is going to give me 11.5%. I'm going to have to get into fractions as we get further down here. If I make pale blue... So again, we've got a pale green, and then we get a yellow green. And then we get a pale blue? Yeah, whatever. I don't care. Minerals are weird. Alright, that'll leave me with 4 left. Well, you're going to go down to 3%. 8.5. Well, actually, we're going to start rolling. No! We're going to have to add decimal points to all of these, and I hate myself for that. And not just on the lower numbers here, but up the list. Because like nice numbers are like 33% is not a well, we'll see if I can do this without. Actually, we're gonna make this 6. We're gonna see if I can do this without, which makes this 12. No. Oh, hold on, I did math wrong somewhere. All right, 17% left. I make this 6. That gives me 11. Minus 3 makes this 8. Yes. Makes this 6. Make this 3. You know, what's really funny is I had a feeling I was going to end up with gray at about 1%. Brown. Hey, that's nice. All right. Time for chat to help me with math, or to help me judge my statistics. I'm gonna while I double check my math. Plus 25 plus 13 plus 9 plus 7 plus 6 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. Well, my math is wrong. Gives me 2. That gives me 3. Okay, cool. My math is now right. So if a third of all of this crystal is going to be black, 22% of it is going to be multicolored, 13% of it is going to be pale pink, 9% is pale green, 7% is yellow green. We're going to make this 12% pale pink, and 4% pale yellow. Is yellow green. 6% is going to be flecked. 4% is going to be pale blue. 3% yellow. 3% white. 2% pale brown. And 1% gray. How do those numbers feel for... How does that percentage rate feel? Cool. It's all going to depend on the magic of the Verge. In a lot of ways, I'm not going to determine that. I'm just going to roll, and we're going to find a Verge that, you know... But what it might tell me is, like, there's like a seventh verge somewhere, or a ninth verge or whatever, somewhere on Iridathka, and it took them a lot longer. They knew it was there, but it took them a lot longer to take advantage of it because they had to find gray obelisk crystal before they could stabilize it. And not a little, right? Like, even the smallest crystal is 13 and a half feet tall with a base of 4.5 feet, going for a 3-to-1 with a slight taper. And there is magic can be used to grow them. But it's a hyper specialized skill, and you still need a large amount of base material. So what that might look like is, because that's the, like the connections, what the connection requires for attunement, you have to go find that crystal on one of the sides of that and mine enough of it and build enough of an industry that you can, like, build the obelisk, stabilize on your side, move stuff through, stabilize on the other side. Used to grow and shape. To grow and shape these crystals. But magic can be used to grow and shape these crystals, but it's a hyper skilled and delicate process. You still need a large amount of base crystal material to do this. Changes the rate of which, and that changes the rate of which certain verges and their networks are exploited. Which I really enjoy, actually. I enjoy this is vital, as each verge requires its own color to properly attune. Stabilization. Which leads you to war. which A, can lead you to wars, but also explains why Verge towns are considered, are not fully, are generally like, you don't besiege a Verge town. Because you don't want to risk damaging these crystals, especially if it's a rare colored crystal. Okay. I really love all of this, honestly. The Verge towns, the nature and rarity of I need a better name for these crystals than Enchantment Obelisk colors. It's gonna be something related to Verge. I mean, it might just be Verge crystals, but alright, we're gonna use Verge crystal for now, but built out of Verge crystals, which are fairly rare crystal, similar to power. Taking magic, drilling my tech. Power sources similar to pylons. And I need to make a note about that. Flight crystals. A fairly rare crystal. Some ways. Shape behavior similar to tourmaline. Verge crystal I need a better name for all three of those, actually. Verge crystal colors are vital to the construction, to the success of verge, as each verge demands a different color to stabilize it. But it's a hyper-skilled and hyper-delicate process. Nature and rarity of verge crystals. The nature and rarity of verge crystals, especially of the rarest colors, contributed to verge town neutrality, because the risk and expense of damaging could erase all successful gains. A verge needs to be stabilized in both. Stabilized from both sides. Actually, a verge only needs to be stabilized. Only needs to be stabilized from one side to be able to send people, but from both sides to function as a tradeway. Okay. Awesome. Fuck, this is cool. Like, genuinely, this is the stuff that I'm like, oh, right, yes, I wanted this. All right. Well, I agree with River that I need to. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to do so much more geography at some point. That's one of those things that I know is looming in my history that I am like studiously avoiding because every element of geography is going to add a massive element of world building on top of it. Yeah, that Russian will get you, huh? Geography. Verge Core Worlds. This verge requires pale pink verge crystal. I need to like edit this photo now with a bunch of X's for what I'm crossing out. That's not going to happen. Pale pink verge crystal, which makes it moderately rare. The third most common. I wonder. So it requires pale pink, and historically, you match the cobblestones of the inner circle to the outer circle. But the abyssal step and the abyssal knot are this element of fear in the background. Um, you can't change the crystal color, but what did they change the plaza color to? Because the plaza color is not going to be made out of a pink stone. Because pink stone is considered ominous, and this is a major trade route. I'm going to be right back. I need to go to the restroom. I return. I lost chat. There's chat. Hi, chat. All right, we're back to if the pale red rock, like the pink rock, is ominous, they would have changed their color. What did they change their color to? Well, I guess it doesn't have to be ominously colored, but well, it's like what did I likened it to basically having defined like our mental version of gothic. Yeah, villains live in castles of pink granite, or places that are pink granite are considered like curse. You know, are written as cursed and stuff in media. So they would not have used pink anymore. Did they just do you think they just defaulted to a lighter color? Like a light because there's no magical requirement, so it's a purely aesthetic thing. And I'm sure after the knot became the knot and started being like deeply cursed, it would have affected commerce. You think they went just to red? Yeah, brick red, warm red. Huh. That's unfortunate. Stay safe with the tornado watch. Then that became as ominous. Ominous. Color of the inner circle shifted to a red brick. Oh, fuck! I need a name for this planet. I mean, I don't. I can skip this. I can choose to skip it. Yeah, good luck, River. Stay safe. Um, Let me know, you know, once that you're good. Yeah, no worries. See you, River. Slid gracefully into the middle. Land. Oh, I have a better description of this. Where did I put that description? Is it a short story? It might be a short story. It's Kawer going to meet. It's the first time we see Ellisware. It's not going to be maze running. It's not going to be. It's not smitten. It's not a night on the town. It's not going to be Mech's Defense or Fall of Iridathka. It's not going to be Corruption Unseen. But I do need to make a note with Corruption Unseen. This is about a newly forming Spellscar. Which is nice. That fits actually into my world lore. It's not going to be Shadows of Enemy Past or Training for Death. None of these are. So it's actually in the book somewhere. It's not going to be A Night to Forget. Shit. Won't be the Wolf Dances. Might be a Heart to Heart. Won't be Ostentatious Mundanity. Well, maybe. Did I spell Elsewhere right? I did spell it right. Elsewhere. Won't be Train Over. Wouldn't be Hooded Raven. Wouldn't be Anti-Terror Strike, because that's been pulled. Shit. It's probably not Treason. So it's in a Raven's Boredom. Or a Wake-Up Call. Man, that really sucks. I wrote a pretty good description of what it looks like to land at a monolith. That sucks. Alright, we're gonna check here. Shit. Is it Dakba? That's the Murder Spree. That's Genesis of Matter. This is in Arrest of K-Wares, which is not gonna... Which doesn't fit anywhere. Gruesome over Voidath. No. Flooded Hammer. No. A Nighttime Chat. No. God damn. Meeting Sylviana. Intemperate Words. Sylviana's bar fight. Which will never happen, unfortunately. Neo Void won't do it. Shockwave Company won't do it. It's not going to be any of the Cute or Loose missions. God damn it. That's obnoxious. This is V3. Let me open up one of the older versions. I have all of these to check. I'm more checking to see if... Oh, did I find it? This actually might be the scene. Yeah! Fuck yeah! Found it! I'm actually going to copy this and move it to... Do I have that in V3? Yeah, I do have it in V3. Okay, good. Kware shorts. TOI. UF. K. This is the first time we get close to a monolith. Which is why I was looking for it, because it's really the first time we get close to one of these massive tower buildings in a way that isn't hostile or, you know, worried about enemy action. The middle... gracefully into the landing bay of the small monolith. Verge Core World 1. It was an older tower that didn't quite reach to the intimidating heights of its newer cousins, but the large plaza next to drew the attention away from that. Oh, damn it, I'm gonna have to do math that I didn't want to do. The Verge Plaza. Connecting Iradetka to carves. Noticeable space. Notable imprint into the flow of the city. Gotta do some basic math in here. Monolith, ants. Okay. Obelisks, additional 81 feet back. And 13.5 times 3. Oops. 13.5 times 3. What did I make the height requirement? 1/6 the radius of the circle. So 243 divided by 6. Yeah, okay, good. .5 times 3. 13.5. Should be 9, right? Yeah. Let me double check those numbers. So the diameter. Oh, that's based on diameter. That's fine. That's fine. I can live with that. Fuck, I fucked up my math. Whatever, we're going to use diameter. 162 divided by 6 is 27 feet tall. And if the base at a 3-to-1 base, cool. Good, did that right. .7 feet back. 13.5 feet tall with a base of 4.5 feet. Cool. notable. The flow of the city. Ground roads, public transit, industrial railing. That's that next to drew all of the attention away from that. So we got 243. The Verge crossing, the Verge. The Verge Plaza connecting Iridethka to Core World 1. Neighborhood. Ancient. One of the most heavily trafficked. Many of the original buildings. The Verge town that had been absorbed by Iridethka. Swallowed by the march of time. Progress. These days, small trio. These things, a trio of small monoliths. Each half the size of the monsters. Other parts of the city. Framed the massive plaza. You don't square a circle. What do you area of a circle with diameter of 324 feet is 82,000. I'm actually gonna keep this over here really quick. What does 82,500 square feet look like? give me... I need a city that I'm a little more familiar with. We'll do somewhere... We'll use yeah, we'll use Bellevue. A circle with a radius of 324 feet. Oh, okay, that's about a city block. Interesting. I like this tool. I've got issues with this tool, but actually, really funny. Ha! That's a little surprising, actually. That's wild. That is almost exactly the size of that circle. I'm already here. Not geography, tech and magic, tech and magic, tech and magic, tech and magic, Verges. Verge Plaza, third phase, approximation. I like this calculator, and it has predefined shapes. Scoot the overlay over to take a second screenshot. That's really funny. I've been here. I know what that circle looks like. Like, I've stood in the middle of that dot, and I love that that dot is the exact size of a Verge network, or of the Verge portal. So they're not as big as I thought they were. You know, they're not quite as big as I feel like they could be. So there's going to be kind of more of a... Definitely going to be a park on the edges then. It's wild that I landed on these that I landed here with all of these random numbers I have picked. Oh, fun story. Did I type in the right thing here? Did I type in radius or did I type in diameter? Fuck. Confirm. Predefined shape. Ah, fuck. Alright, fuck it. I'm gonna shift all of these to be radii. Because this does not actually feel like an overwhelming amount of space. This is radii of 324. So it's going to be a circle half that size. Three 24 divided by 12, or divided by 2. 324 divided by 2 is 162. That's even smaller. I might actually move all of this to radii instead of diameter, which will change my scale reference on the Piazza here, but I found a better scale. Because I feel like this circle makes sense for a massive plaza. So if I make the radius 81, it is so small. Well, and for reference, it's at 81 feet, that's the size of the parking lot. Which again, it's a small circle. So, and if I make that radius 40.5, we're talking, which this feels right for me. So if these are the three sizes, well, I guess, yeah, that's about right. Overlay 1. What is the detail? What did I set overlay 1 to? Parking lot is actually a very useful tool for this measurement. But so I was like, here's the entire Boys and Girls Club. An entire apartment complex. Hello, I do not speak Russian. I accidentally doubled the size of this, so... This is a good tool, though. I like this tool a lot. Hello, this is a writing stream. I am pretty deep in a bunch of world building stuff right now, which is why I'm doing stuff that is distinctly not writing. What I'm trying to get a mental feel for here is, scale of things. Trying to get a feel for a scale of things. These are gonna be like basically they're little plazas for magical circles that can allow transport between locations. Did I do this right? No, I did this wrong. That's annoying. Alright, I gotta delete 3 and... plus 54 divided by 2. Alright. This is a 108. Oh, how did I make like 3 of those? Hate when I do my math wrong. There's so much math in writing if you do the writing the way I do writing, and that makes me mad. So this is 81 plus 27 equals that, divided by 2, so I need a radius of 54 now. Predefine shape. Radius of 5, 4. Add shape. And overlay 1 should be a radius of 162. Fuck off add. What I'm doing, part of what I'm doing right now is that I have been here enough times that I can kind of, you know, I know what this a parking lot of this size looks like, so I can imagine what a circle of that size looks like. So that is the current math. Actually, if I really... There we go. Well, again, I've been to that parking lot. I know what that parking lot looks like. I was trying to use... I've been using the Piazza del Popolo, but I think actually using this park is a much better... choice. like this website a lot. This website makes me very happy. It has done me a huge favor. Oh, I guess overlay 2 was assuming a radii of predefined shape with a radii of 108. Add shape. Create a predefined shape with a radii of 216. Add shape. Create a, and I know, but for the sake of the image, create a predefined shape with a radii of 324 because it's uh, 243 plus 81 is 324. Good. So if I opt for the bigger scale here, I'm honestly, I mean, it's America, right? But like, goddamn, parking lots are a shockingly useful tool for me to reference things. I don't want to go out that far. I want... Fine, we'll go out one more. That's a little... Oh, I was going to do this in smaller images. Okay. I need that little bit of context there. Sim radii 109. Doesn't. Okay, so this could be natural, this could be stabilized 1, this could be stabilized 2, this could be stabilized 3, and this could be stabilized 4. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to get some folks. All right, that was fun. That is a fascinating decision and a fascinating thing to have occurred here. Um, uh, Goddamn, that was so much faster than all the math I had to do for the fucking Piazza version of this. But, um, this larger or the larger circle here includes. This is not going to be something that stands out in any way. Versus this much larger circle will stand out because that's the entire region. Yeah. Okay, what I might end up needing to do is actually add a fourth number in here. Technically. Doesn't feel. Oh. I bet we could do. Because This feels appropriately awe-inspiring. This does not. Yeah. All right, we're gonna delete overlay. Yes. Delete overlay. Yes. Delete overlay. Yes. All right, we're gonna use the smaller shapes. $243 divided by 2 is 121. 121.5. We're gonna add. God, there's so much math. 54. $40.5. No, wait, right? That is the proper radii here. $162 plus 54 makes it 216 divided by 2. Yes, okay. Oh, okay, I have to do it for all of them. That's annoying. This program does not appreciate my... Yeah. Envisioned. Alright, we're going to go with the bigger numbers now. So, first one has a radius of 324, which I'm going to put in the middle of this park. I'll hide the pins. Second shape is going to have a radius of 243. Which I'm going to put in the middle of this park. And hide the pins. Next size down is... Fuck. $216. Which has to go up here in this park, or on this parking garage. The pins. Create a predefined shape of 162. Okay. Hide the pins. Create an overlay. No, create a predefined shape. Assuming 81 feet. And because I'm mulling it, so that could be natural stabilize, stabilization 1, stabilization 2, stabilization 3, or to get a radius of what if, because it's 1/3 the radius right now, or 1/3 the diameter. What if I turn this into an additional 81 feet back? So what you get is natural circle and just... I keep opening calculators. Times 2. And so instead of 1/3 the diameter, what you get is that's the... I think that's the answer. Hold on, I need to delete this overlay. So this is... I feel like doing 1/3 the additional space is a waste, and so what I want to do instead is actually go for... Oh, I'm in the right spot. I want the actual area of effect to be much smaller than the required support effect. So what we do, instead of this, we double the effect. So overlay 8. Or we triple the effect, rather. Delete last point. That feels better. So I'm going to clear this map. And we're going to do this again. Sorry, guys. This is actually fascinating to me, but I'm sure kind of the worst for y'all. So 40.5. Add shape. Here. Hide pins. There we go. Add shape. 81. Hide pins. Add a shape. Hide pins. I did that wrong again, didn't I? Fuck. No. Did that right. Damn it. I did do that wrong. So overlay 1 should be 162. Overlay 3 is my issue. And overlay 3 should be half of that, which is 81, which it is. So overlay 4, overlay 5 should be 160. Well, what's 240? No, 243 divided by 2. That's not working. 243 divided by 2. It's 121 feet in diameter. That's right. I can't. 121.5. I like this. 40.5. Okay. Okay. Split the difference. It takes the diameter, the outer circle is the magical support structure, and it is the its radius is the diameter of the inner circle. Except for overlay 7, which is naturally occurring. I like that. All right, this is what I'm going to end up using. Although that's not actually obelisk sit. The diameter of the verge away, so at 81 feet. They sit an additional 81 feet back. Which is a doubling, not a tripling. We could try to see what a tripling looks like. It's 324. Where the fuck did my... Yeah, no shit, this page is slowing down Firefox. Fuck off. I might have broken this website. Broke the website. Oh, fuck. I broke the website because it added 40 of these. That's annoying. Alright, well, time to clean these up. This is going to be tedious, but I want to keep the other overlays 1 through 7 here, so... The other thing I'm trying to check here is, what if I do the support structure needs to be 3 times the radius? Mostly because 3 is the magic number we are working with, right? Down to 8, okay. Create a predefined shape. 243. I think, right? That might have done my math wrong there. 216. No, hold on. Or 3 times the diameter, not the radius. So... and 62... 243. Okay, so if the radius is 81, we're multiplying that by 3. Or not the radius, the diameter is 81. Did I paste this newest one in here? No, I did not. Oops. Copy image. So this is diameter of verge at 81, 162, 243, and diameter of support structure is 2x. Diameter of verge. Diameter of verge is 81, 162, 243, and diameter of support structure is verge times 3. Oops. 324 minus 243. Damn it. 324 minus 243. I think this is going to be 81, but minus 243 is 81. So I did how did I do this? So this is okay, we're going to use radius. So we're going to use a radius of 243 divided by 2. A radius of 121 and a radius of 324. So 324 divided by 121.5 is 2 2/3. So I'm being conservative here, and it's not going to look good. So there's no point in trying this again over here, because 2 2/3 is not a number that makes sense cosmologically compared to 324 divided by 243. That's 1 1/3. Oh no, sorry. 243 divided by is 1/2. So if I triple 121.5 times 3 makes that 364.5. So if I triple the radius, so doubling the radius gives me this inner ring. This outer ring is false. This outer ring will never happen. Oops. Create a predefined shape of 364.5. Oh, fuck, I fucked up again. That's my fault. I should not hit enter. What I should hit is add shape. Enter queues 1,000 of these. About 43 of them. So it's the outer ring of the circle. All right, we're gonna clear the map. Add a circle at 121.5. We're gonna add a circle at 243. And we're gonna add a circle at 364.5. Undo that. No! Damn it, son of a bitch. So, alright, that gives me the outer circle. So it's this massive support ring that influences the small area in the middle. And if we do this again... Right. 81 times 3, yeah, 243. .5 times 3, 121.5. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm crawling up the... Okay. I am leaning toward radius of 81 and support structure of triple the radius, or diameter of 81 and a support structure that is triple that. Oops. So, smallest circle, inner circle is diameters of 81, 62, 243. That's what transports. Second circle is of third circle is... Did I do this math wrong again? Shit, I did this math wrong again. Ah, 81. Is I... So, it's not that. Fuck, I hit the wrong button again. Is 162 and 324. well, that's fucked. Which is fine because I did the outer layer circle wrong. Because the outer layer circle needs to be. I'm gonna stick with this inner layer circle stuff, which is that the inner layer or the outer layer is the radius of the inner layer. Or sorry, the radius of the outer circle is the diameter of the inner circle, which I can work with. It just doubles the size of the circle. Alright, we're just going to stick with this. Cool. Let's need to set the diameter of the verge away from the outer edge of the verge, which is going to be going to be this one. This is the one that we're going to use. I didn't break this, right? Oh, good. Okay, cool. Oh, that was a fuckload of work. 81. Yeah, okay, that is right. But given that I've made this distance here much bigger than originally envisioned, because if we go look at scrap notes at the very top here, it's a much narrower outer edge. What if I upscaled the obelisks? Instead of 1/6, I'm going to make them 1/3. So this obelisk is 27 feet tall, which makes this a 9-foot diameter. And that makes the obelisk 81 feet tall with a base of 13.5 feet. I think. I'm going to double check that math. So the obelisk needs to stand 1/3 the diameter of the verge in height. So at 243, that'll stand at 81 feet, and so they stand an additional 243 feet away, and it's 54 feet. That's where I did my math wrong. 54 feet tall. 54 divided by 3, which means the base is 18 feet tall. 81 divided by 3 is 27, which divided by 3 is 9. Okay. Right, that tracks. So the diameter here will be 27 feet. 243 divided by 3. Divided by 3. Yep, cool. We're having fun with math. I forgot about writing, or forgot about contra. I can still make it. I should not go to the contra. I should rest. Okay, cool. So basically the obelisk is, yeah, the size of the radius. Cool. Or no, the obelisk is the size of the diameter. The radius of the obelisk circle is the size, which basically is doubling the circle. Did I... Okay, cool. I'm gonna wrap up stream here because holy shit, do I need some food in me. I did eat breakfast, but I did not eat lunch, so I got a bunch of world building stuff done that is absolutely the stuff I wanted done. I'm wondering if I want to make a third expansion here, which would be plus 81. Oops. 243 plus 81, which makes it 324. But I feel like alright, I know I said I need to leave, but I want to do one last thought experiment here. This was a really convenient marker. Like, I know this area just well enough to use this giant park as my marker here. Create a predefined shape, a circle with a radius of 324 divided by 2. That's 162. So this could be a potential fourth scale. If we do my brain just boom, 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 boom.
Unread messages at your private terminal, Commander.
Oh, 2, 4, 3. So this one, yeah, so these are the same, because that is... So this is... That's all. Well, it's not bad work, but... This is at triple scale. It gives me natural with support structure, and upgraded with support structure, and upgraded again with support structure. And if I upgrade a third time, we get 243 plus 81. So we get 324, which divided by 2. So we have we get a radius here of 162. I'm gonna need to put that on the map or on the mall over here. And we get 3324 times 3 divided by 2. We get a predefined shape with a radius of 486. I'm not opposed to that. adds a third upgrade in size. Diameter of 324. Diameter of basically swallows. I feel like at that scale you notice it. It is smaller. Okay. I can live with the scale here. Actually, this scale is about what I want, so we're actually going to go back in here again. And they sit. You just sit. Obelisk needs to sit 3 times the diameter, 3x the diameter of the verge away from the outer edge. They sit an additional I mean, if we do 81 times 3, and subtract 81 from it, so it sits 162 feet back. Yeah. Actually going to purge the Piazza de Pompolo from my did a lot of work on the Piazza reference. Bellevue Park and Mall. Said I did a lot of work on the Piazza de Pompolo. $400. I think, right? Uh, 9723. Oh no, oops. 729 minus 243. 729. What's mine? 729 minus 243 is 486. Off by a single. Right, because that's 243 feet in diameter, and this is 3 times that diameter. That works. I'm going to mark this potential 4th one. Cool. Good. Alright. Now, for real, I am done. This is fantastic. Because the obelisks stand at 1/3 of the size of the verge in diameter. Cool. Alright. That feels good for plaza scale, right? This is a big plaza, but that makes sense. You can move a bunch of stuff through it. And it really, you don't need a ton of... I might go up to 9. I'm going to have to go up to 9 obelisks. We're going up to 9 obelisks! From the center of the verge. Okay, I gotta go. Bye, stream. I need food, and I have a call coming.